Alrighty. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another Suparobo Sunday. Those of you that have been following along will know this is a pretty important one. We will be finishing Suparobo Z tonight. It has been a long ride, but we are finally at the end. It will be probably quite a long stream. I don't know exactly how long, but we've got, the final map and the epilogue and everything where we're gonna be here a while, folks. So I hope you're comfy, I hope you've got some popcorn, and I hope you're ready for one hell of a wild ride. However, before that, I have something else I wanted to bring up. I want to give a huge shout out to the Akarasu Wiki. It's just turned 15 years old this week, and I realize I've been actively using the site in both an information sense and an editing sense for most of that 15 years. It is, honestly, the best resource for an English SRW fan. They have huge amounts of info on all of the SRW games, to the point where even full JP games like this one are playable for most people with minimal to no Japanese knowledge. Pretty much all the Suparobo Sundays, I'm constantly referencing back to pages from the wiki for things like SR points, secrets lists, flowcharts, pilot skills, spirits lists. Pretty much anything you need is up there. So if you're looking to get started with SRW games, it is absolutely the place to go. And if you've been playing SRW games for some time, maybe consider contributing to the wiki, editing some of the pages, increasing the amount of knowledge we all have. Would be pretty great. Just for a, where are we? Button here. This is a little tricky. Click that button. Then I click this button. Ah, there we go. Just for an example, some of the pages that I'll likely be referencing back to tonight. You've got the SR and flowchart stuff. So this is where we're at the moment. Got one secret and no SRs because it's the final map of the game. But other useful pages, things like the all the different mech abilities, all the kanji and kana for them. Always good. Referencing back, similar for the pilot skills. Especially the purchasable ones. Again, a lot of these you tend to learn as you go along, but it's always nice to have the wiki pages reference back to. Similar for the upgrade parts. Again, for most of these, I can just tell what they are off the bat now, but obviously if you're just getting started, super useful just to have these as an easy point to reference back to. And same for the spirit commands. Again, at this point, I'm not really needing to reference back to these lists too much, but like, for example, where are we? Confuse. Always remember to cast bloody Confuse. I've learnt to read that one just across the course of this game. And that's actually another one there, the love one. Heal everybody for 50%, thankfully single kanji. Oh, well, there's actual love, and then there's bonds. Single kanjis, which are always nice and easy. But yeah. We'll, whoops, wrong button. Put that away. So yeah, once again, Otanjobi omedetou Akarasu-chan. It's been a great 15 years, and here's to 15 more. Now, on with the show. we've done all our menuing. I think I'm just going to... Oh yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, yeah, Daichi just threw the link up in the chat anyway, but yeah, I should have thrown a link up to the site itself. Daichi there being the big boss of Akarasu, the guy who originally started the site. I think we're right for our stacks. I'm just going to make sure we haven't forgotten to pull anyone out, because I did make that mistake previously. We accidentally left the big O on the bench, which we really do not want to do. But yeah, I think we're good. Cool. Alright, we got a lady. Yeah, I think most of our stacks pretty much stay as is. I'm not about to change up our formations too much going into the final stage. Stick with what we know, basically. Don't fix what ain't broken. Alright. As I said, we're about to go into the final stage. There is much story. Yeah, it's honestly, the last few years have been really good as a Super Robot Wars fan. We've been getting more and more games in English directly through patches or official releases as well. And just... I don't know, it seems like the community's been expanding as well. There's just been more and more people around, which is great to see. It's always fun when a new game just launches. Like when, was it, T? I think when T came out and there was a bunch of us that are collaborating info, trying to put things together. We ended up digging through Chinese sites, I think it was. Trying to get secret info together for T, because they got the game a few days before we did. Yeah, so if you're ever around for the launch of a new SRW game, try to get yourself involved with editing the wiki, because that's always fun. Big discovery sessions. Yeah, see on, final stage of Z. For those of you that caught, or either follow the YouTube or caught the recent streams, you'll know that OGs just received a fan patch into English, which is friggin' amazing. It's one of my two most wanted SRW games to receive a patch, and I never expected it to actually happen. We will be starting that proper on stream next week, 27th of December. Mark your calendars. We will be kicking off Suparobo Sunday next week with the fan-patched version of SRW OGs. Now running on actual hardware, thanks to the 1.1 version of the patch. The 1.0 version was not working on actual hardware. You may remember I brought that up at the time, but the 1.1 version of the patch has come out and is now working on a real PS2, which, hell yeah, as you know me, I do so much prefer to play on original hardware rather than emulate wherever possible. I've got a video up on the YouTube showing it running on this like this PS2 that I'm using right now. But yeah, for now, let's actually get on with what we're here for tonight, which is final stage of Super Robot Wars Z. Last time on, we attacked the... well, I guess attacked is right. We took over the Universal Network main tower, It was also the site of the dimension bomb from August's plot towards the start of the game that caused the first breaking of the world. And then we put out a big old message saying that the Federation is bunk, Adele is bullshit, and we're now not running a disinformation campaign, we're now attempting to spread the truth to the masses and hopefully fix our reputation up a bit. I do actually have quite a bit of direct script for this stuff. How can this be? Adil Banal's been lying to us all along? What's wrong with you? You actually believe those terrorists? But they showed so many pictures as proof. Bet they're all phony. CG or something. But in that case, it's possible that that the things the Federation shown us were also fakes. Being tricked. They'll never lie to us. Why can't you see that? I don't want to accept it either. I mean, if that's all true, everything I've believed in thus far would come crashing down. Still, I want to know what's real. I want the truth, in order for us to decide what should be done. Del Banal will tell us what's true or not. Besides, even if what the terrorists said is the truth, I can't go along with that dimensional repair nonsense. Why should we take that dangerous gamble when all we need to stabilize the world is to destroy the Corallians? Heard what they said about those taken by the warps living inside the coral. My wife and child could be in there. And if that's the case, I absolutely cannot accept the extermination of the scub coral. But wasting our time with this bickering. Whatever disputes going on at the top of society, it's got nothing to do with us. Regardless of whether it's Zuth or Adele speaking, only fools accept the official statements. The truth is always within the shadows. Yes, the Black Charisma has it. Still buying into the UN's gossip? About it. Done letting random second-hand information manipulate me. We all want to figure out what's real for ourselves. Shouldn't be long before Adele and Zuth settle the matter. It's taken a big PR loss with this, so she'll certainly try to crush them all. Day at 2300. It's our time limit. That's when the dimensional repair will begin. When everyone wishes to build a new future. You! Political gatherings are forbidden within the city limits. Disperse immediately. The army and the government should be focusing on releasing a statement regarding Zeus' declaration, rather than prohibiting anything. Right. What they're saying is really a lie. We want you to show us some proof. Pipe down. Why should the government even bother to respond to terrorists? All one huge ploy, and Brigadier General Adele will take decisive action against them. They'll suppress dissenting opinions by force? Is that how Adele Banal actually does things? Shut up. Keep this up and I'll arrest you for treason. You really think that's the right thing to do? You say? You saw Zeus' proclamation, did you not? Your faith in Brigadier General Adele remained fully untouched even after that? So, then I apologize for having said anything. Still, denizens of the world first, and soldiers second. Perhaps you could ponder what that Quattroporcina gentleman meant a bit more. Whether that makes you happy or sad, we're only a half day away from making the most important decision of our lives. The hour of the dimensional repair approaches. Till then, all humans should think well of everything that's happened to... Ugh. Try that again. Until then, all humans should think well of everything that's happened to this point. You're right. Turn to the base and check Zeus' proclamation in the UN again. Hey, hold on. Are you guys actually putting stock in Zeus? Haven't decided yet, which is why we're going to review their claims. It's our world, and well, I don't care for the idea of entrusting someone else to choose its future for me. And if you do that, so what? No future for this messed up world. Future is what Brigadier General Adele decides. We should just accept it. No need to worry this much. Think that way if you wish, but I want to decide my own future. Feel the same way. I apologize for my attitude just now. Don't worry about it. We appreciate your comprehension. Like some of them got the message. Impressive display, Lily Porginal. You are certainly a singular woman. You seem to have grown humbler, Lord Gwen. Perhaps, but I'm not finished yet. Regardless of whether Adele's youth emerges victorious, there'll be more to come for the world and for myself. And without the relics of the Black History, I plan to rise to the occasion. Indeed, the people who live in this chaotic world require leadership. Well, I wish you luck, Lord Gren. I'm certain that the world will change. Small piece of advice. Leaders shouldn't deign to think they can always sit on their ivory towers looking down upon the rest of society. I'll remember those words. Laura and Zeus, final battle is at hand, and as another denizen of this world, will also be rooting for you. How's audio, by the way? I'm always paranoid about the audio. I forgot to ask. Sort of balanced okay? It's 13:30 right now. 10 hours until we have to make contact with the Great Singularity. We've been streaming our reveal to the truth. We've been streaming our reveal of the truth non-stop throughout the UN. This place is the UN's main hub for the entire world. They can't pull the plug on us from these. God, words are hard. This place is the UN's main hub for the entire world. They can't pull the plug on us from these terminals. Packing all that power in one place kind of backfires at a time like this, huh? Thanks, Professor T. Only with your assistance that we could reveal everything to the whole world. Well, I swore to you guys that I'd help, and so I had to bring my A game. Hey, it's Double O Kai. Information we provided also seems to have helped somewhat. Thanks, Kai. Your journalist group gave us a nice boost to our transmission. Bringing the truth to the eyes of the masses is what we live for. Only natural that we jump at the opportunity. Word from the Iman caravans across the world say that doubt towards Adele is spreading throughout the people. It's to be expected, considering all the evidence they saw. Still, plenty of things that went way over their heads. Something bothering you about our win? Not exactly. What we said was true, yeah. These folks change their minds so easily, it just feels weird. Society lives every day uncertain of their future. People are living as best they can. It's natural that they'd grasp at any straws. Lost syndrome. Del Banal took advantage of that to seize control over the people's minds. Her actions cannot be excused. But I'd like to believe that the people can change their attitude. The Quattro, gonna take responsibility for all of them? Riled up all those people. Ain't gonna be able to run off after all this is done, you know. I'm aware. Can't keep fleeing from my duty forever. Go and face my past, just as you, Jamil, and Sandman did. Resolve speaks volumes. Alright. Trust you to do good. Well, Char, steeled your spirit. I'll be ready to face it directly. Mind. This does not mean I want that day to come. Looks like there's also growing unrest in the plants and colonies after they've heard Zeus' proclamation. Though, in the case, it's best to see it as them raising their voices against Adele, rather than in our support. Depending on how things go, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to mobilize the remaining troops to try and take her out. Still, desire for peace is the same as the people of Earth. Tonight's dimensional repair will mark the start of a new era for all of humanity, and so it is my wish for all of us to discuss the future of our world once again. That is the essence behind our gathering, the will of all humans. What's the status of the Federation Army? Tell from Captains Jurgens and Henkin say their forces across the planet have been split in half. Even the upper echelons are rife for internal arguments. They're in no position to mobilize troops to retake the station. Easy there, cowboy. It's way too soon to relax. Are you shaking, Professor? What's gotten you so scared? I'm not scared. I'm shaking with excitement. I'm 1,000,000% sure Lady Adele will come here. Must be going crazy right about now. Hey, Kane, how's it going? Mean she's coming to deal with us in person? Wait a minute. That makes you happy. And you must really be planning to stab us in the back. Not at all. I'm helping you, I swear. Cross my heart and hope to die. Once Lady Adele finds out about that, she's going to destroy me as punishment. Oh, joy to the world. The anticipation is killing me. Yes. Grab the 1.1 version of the patch if you want to play on actual hardware. The 1.1 patch does also fix a couple of other things, but the big thing is absolutely the fact that it now works on real hardware. So, yeah, if you're like me and you want to play on an actual console, make sure to grab the 1.1 patch. It's old farts too much for me. Scum. Been serving Adele Banal simply to indulge your own lust? Now you're embarrassing me. Of course, I like that. You're insufferable. Adele's come to attack us herself. She'll be bringing the Chimera's trump card that Henkin mentioned in his intel. Old Lemieux. The ultimate, absolute, invincible, positively super robot. Sounds like an impressive weapon. Of course it is. I made it. Put it together with tech from many different worlds. It's really, really strong. And Adele's skill with it is also top-notch. Superhuman, even. So she's not just a skilled politician, but also a skilled pilot. That may be the source of the vanity that led her to naming herself sovereign. Have any weakness? Nope, I told you. Ultimate, absolute, invincible, positively super robot. Wasn't holding my breath for a good answer anyway. And, Professor, do you have any information on who the Black Charisma truly is? Shifty person in the UN? Yes. Tell us his or her identity. Don't yell at me. If you do, I'll head over heels for you, lady. What? Is he alright? It's a very fine line that separates genius and insanity. Doesn't look like we're gonna get anything asking him about the charisma. But if our hunch is correct, and Adele Banal is the Black Charisma, we'll have our chance to end all this very soon. She and her lemures will make for a formidable foe. Come this far, all we can do is be ready to face whatever's waiting ahead. Adele's bent on denying the dimensional repair out of her own greed. No choice but to stand our ground. This station will be a battleground soon. You let me handle reporting on what's going on. Then we'll get to chart the course of the world. Though, really, we'd only be ushers. Yes. The strength of every individual that'll lead us onwards. However, defeated Adele's hands would mean the truth and the future being smothered in darkness. Indeed. We have pierced the dark clouds that cover the world and opened a gap for light to seep through. If she comes to bury that small light in darkness once more, we shall bear our swords in its defense. I believe everyone in Zeus shares your feelings. Still 10 hours before the end. Our people must be reminiscing of the battles that led us to this point. No, they're playing soccer. What? Take this! Red hot fire! Go! Hey, that's not fair, Pierre. You can't use your element powers. Again, Benkei. Didn't use any special power in that shot. But the ball was on fire there. Smell. Flying the ball combusted from air friction? Say, just that good. Damn it. Thought he was going for a volley shot, not a straight-up power kick. Don't worry, Camille. I'm sure you can make a comeback with Ryo and Moondoggy on your team. Let's do this, Pierre. My power and Doggy's technique will leave your team in the dust. You're gonna get a taste of my famous Panther shot. Bring on, you two. Show you guys what separates the amateurs from a big-time pro. Pierre's really going at it. Well, he is a professional player, so of course he'd get pumped up. Surprised Moondoggy's so good, though. The way he speaks is a bit crass, but other than that, Doggy's pretty much perfect. Ryoma and Doggy are working hard. The Team A's got Pierre, so I'd say their victory is likely. However, Pierre is pretty much carrying everyone else. The other team has a chance if they keep the ball from reaching him in the first place. Leave that to me, Jewel. It's time to go against Team A. Stick to him like glue. You know how obstinate you can be, so that sounds good. Yeah, just take a look at how long he kept grilling Marin. Hey, that was all in the past, right? Counting on you to mark Pierre. Right. Team C folks are really psyching themselves up. Even though they gotta go up against us, Team D, before the other guys. Should we really be playing right now? We're just a few hours away from a battle to decide the fate of the entire planet. We ain't playing. This is a legit battle. Yeah, which means we don't hold back. You two are getting way too into this. Hey, this tournament is to get us hyped up for the big battle. Team D is gonna go for the gold. Give it everything you have, Master Eiichi. We've already prepared some towels and sports drinks if need be. Know that there'll be hell to pay if you lose with us cheering you on. Is that... I can't remember which of the little maids... Is that the one that's voiced by Kugi Ray? Because it's one of her earliest roles. Is voicing one of the really sort of inconsequential side character maids in Gravion. Bleh. Brain took a while to kick in there. Yeah, no worries, Daichi. Thanks for stopping by, man. Once again, everyone, make sure to check out Yakarasu Wiki. If you ever need any kind of SOW information, that is the place to go. Where was I? Don't worry, the Grand Knights will emerge victorious. Hope. Seem to be having fun, Toga? I'm sure the repair is going to go smoothly if we tackle it with this attitude. That's the game. Victory goes to Team A with a score of 3-1. Crap. Just needed a chance to bust out my Golden Falcon shot, and that'd have been it. Don't think so, Doki. Technique is elegant, but that alone will not carry the day. Cirrus played just a little bit, and he's already getting the hang of it. I believe relying solely on strength, like a certain someone, is made for an even more unsightly display. What now? Alright, kids, calm down. How about you eat something to recover your energies before the next match? Don't mind if I do. 2. I want some. Come on then, we've made enough rice balls for everyone. Oh, there's so many of them. You made all of these by yourselves? Beauty, Reika, and I helped too. Lunch is served, everyone. Make sure you wash your hands. I didn't realize, Beauty had cooking talents. She's effectively like a special agent. I suppose, maybe. Why not, I guess. No worries, Kuro. Take it easy, man. Rest well. Hard to believe that we're just a few hours away from deciding the entire future of Earth. Nothing we can do but keep going now. Any enemy comes over, we'll hit him with everything we've got. Leave the fighting bit to you, Kappe. Team's gonna be helping Kai get pictures of your battle. Gotta bring home a win, you hear? You bet. Aki's still waiting for a peaceful world. So I'll do that for her and for Hamamoto too. Or nothing will defeat you so long as that resolve is there. Banjo. Already grown into a fully fledged warrior, Kalpe. Yeah, but you're like the sun, shining over everyone. I can't really do that. My light's just some random moonlight. Still, moon's light that illuminates even the darkest nights. Nights? That's right. It is your struggles that'll light the way for those lost in the darkness. Being the moonlight ain't a bad deal when you put it like that. Giving him way too much props, Banjo. Keep saying stuff like that, and it's gonna go straight to his head. Hey, nobody asked you, Uchuta. Thank you very much, Banjo. I never have gotten this far without your support. No need to thank me for anything. It's just poking my nose where it didn't belong. I think I asked you before. Why did you take care of us so much? Well, I think I might have been jealous of what you have. Multi-billionaire is jealous of us? Of me? Friends and family. All things I never did. Banjo. Father more or less killed my mother and brother, you see. You lost your entire family? Still, you've got friends now, don't you, bro? Like us, in Topo. Yes, right about that. Gotta give it all... Gotta give that battle... which means we've all gotta give that battle 100%. For Earth. Right. Hold on, Aki. Gonna bring back peace. Once that's done, we'll get together again with Kozuki, Michi, and everyone else. feel human warmth emanating from this food. Comes bearing the hopes of Umi, Hane, and all the other ladies in it. Soon, we're going to be gathering everyone else's hope, just like this, huh? Sound nervous, Koji. That's not like you. I'm just excited thinking of the new world that's going to come when we do the dimensional repair. What kind of world are you hoping for, Koji? I want to hear it too. That's... well... Kabuto! Don't tell me you were hoping for a world where you didn't have to choose one or another. Easy there, boss. This isn't the time to be yelling stuff like that. Every person has free reign to decide on what world they want, so Koji can do as he pleases. Tetsuya, haven't anything specific in mind? Maybe. Do know one thing. Having the freedom to wish for anything is already wonderful. What kind of world do you want, Tetsuya? One without war? The world is born of the repair. Any peace earned like that would be temporary. All I want is to survive in order to properly seize that peace with my own strength. Sounds just like you, Tetsuya. It's fulfilling my duty, like you, Daisuke. My power alone can only do so much. Managed to defeat my foes only because I met all of you here on Earth. Daisuke. Hikaru. Battle may end. I'd still like to ask for your help. That be alright? Huh? Once the hostilities are over, Rubina, Marina, and I are thinking of returning to planet Fleed, and I'd like for you to see that land as well, Hikaru. I'd be happy to, Daisuke. Me too. I want to go to planet Fleed too. Hold it right there, Kabuto. Can't talk about space travel and keep me out of it. This isn't a leisure trip, you know. Right. It'll be the start of a whole new battle. We have to wrap up this one and create our new world before any of that, though. If a world shows up, it won't change who we are. Right. Fighting to secure peace and a better future. That's our mission. Strive with all our might in the name of the entire world and its people. So, Daisuke is going back to his own planet. What will you do, Marin? You don't really need to go anywhere, since Earth's already your ancestral home. Plus, you're a member of the Blue Fixer. You can't just go AWOL. But there are still millions of S1s sleeping aboard the Algol. Can't simply forget them and live here. Well, I'm sure there's some place that'll take them in. They are humans, after all. Too much death on both sides for that to happen. Marin, you... Things don't need to be set in stone yet, Marin. Boshia. Might have made up your mind already, but relax for now. Right, there's no point in fretting over what tomorrow might hold if we're both... if we botch the dimensional repair today. Hey, don't jinx us. Even if you meant it as a joke, don't sound like it when it comes from your mouth. Far too late to get superstitious. Only grin and bear whatever comes. What? You still can't get it off your head? It's not something I can easily forget about. Alright then, how about this? We'll lend a hand to you and the S1s. Bosha. Will not allow for the Trinity energy to be used for evil. That in mind, figure we can set that energy as a boon for the entire universe. Don't stress yourself out like that. Let's deal with the problems right in front of us before tackling anything else. Right. Without saying, but we're on the same page as them. Righto. Oliver. Trusted you both. We've entrusted you with both Baldios and our lives, Marin. since the day we first charged through subspace. Let's do this. Oliver, Ryder. Save our tomorrow with our own hands. Hey, Huff. How's it going? Holy gods, that was the first chunk of dialogue. There is now another. Oh my! As I said, we're in for a long ride with this one. That was a good half an hour of dialogue, and that was only half of the opening dialogue for this. Whew. Yakisoba pan, but without the bread? Isn't that just noodles? Not that that's a bad thing, but isn't that just noodles? Just yakisoba. Suppose yakisoba pan is very much robot related now. Onei-chan, Yurika, may actually help everyone and the world. Renton, belief gives birth to strength. Tifa, Yurika is waiting for you, holding out for so long because she believes that you'll be coming for her. Thanks. Back yourself up, Renton. You're our ace in the hole. And I'm not talking about the soccer. Tell that much, man. Still, you surprised me. Didn't think you were that good at soccer. Always playing before I started lifting. Take some lessons from Pierre and get even better. I'm a lifter now. Besides, soccer isn't something I can play just with Yurika. Yep, got the right idea. Dr. Baird told us that you're apparently the one who can free Yurika from the command cluster. If we get her back, it'll be time for the dimensional repair. What is the Great Singularity? A person? A thing? Not all the details, but it looks like it's actually a location. A location? Might be more appropriate to say that it's a space. Go in there and wish real hard. Get the repair rolling? Great Singularity is in another dimension. How do we get there? Say we, the singularities, are able to interact with it. The specifics about it are still a bit fuzzy. Don't have a choice, though. Gotta go for broke. Yeah, we'll believe in what we're doing, and we'll go for it. Right, Tifa? Right. Garrett and Tifa managed to overcome fate and got closer to each other in the process. Think we can do the same, Yurika? Get up, Renton. We all have your back. Hey, Lauren. What are you gonna wish for when it's time for the repair? Didn't quite think of anything myself since we've been busy gathering the wishes of everyone else, so... Get that, but we still have the right to add our vote into the pile, no? We live in this world too. Right. Think I can pray for a huge lizard roast for me to eat? Chill. We're doing a dimensional repair, not wishing upon a star. Gist of it is that you think of how you want the world to end up as. Oh god! Oh no! And I want for a world filled with huge lizards. Oh no! I'm gonna assume this is, like, not intentional. But anyone that's played Z2 will remember the D-Beasts. We do actually end up with a world full of huge lizards. Oh, that's, like, I'm assuming that's entirely unintentional. It is just because it's a Sabungle thing with them wanting to eat the lizards, but We, we do end up with huge lizards. Oi, she still doesn't get it. But, to be honest, I don't really understand what I'm supposed to do either. Yeah, saying we must wish for the world we want doesn't make it easier to do. Sarah, what do you and your friends think? The Exodus is now finished. I don't really have anything major. Yeah, any world is fine with me, so long as I can be with Gainer and Sarah. See, this is what I'm saying, like, Zabongle actually pulls off the, like, harem protagonist thing, but, like, for realsies, where all three of the people involved are actually happy with the outcome. That's kind of vague, isn't it? We're all thinking of what's important to us. It's different from when we were fighting just to survive. So, first things first, we need to make sure the world doesn't blow up. Yes, all goes well. But a return to Siberia? We're going back to Japan's ceiling? All began to me. Heading back would help when pondering the future. You, Golly, no matter where you head off to. That doesn't sound too bad. Toshi, you wanna go back to Inglesa with me? Huh? Two of us? Together? Yeah, so I consider the right time to do a certain thing. Alright. Whoa, is Commander Gavan going to propose after the fighting's over? I have to be there to see how that turns out. Those of you familiar with the Turn A plot will know this is playing out much later and obviously quite differently because Gavan died in the Turn A plot shortly after proposing to Soshi. Oops. And what do you plan to do, Lieutenant Harry? Hasn't changed. And the one who has my devotion. Not say that that's Lady Diana. Not the only... it is not only one woman who I am... Ballsed up an important line for him there. It's not only one woman who I respect and love, Kielheim. Well, whatever future we get, all we can do is keep strong and go on living. Tonight, we'll decide on that future. Everyone knows the truth now, so I believe they'll all want peace and freedom. What are you gonna do now, negotiator? You might end up unemployed after this. Not concerned about that. The world may be at peace, but that does not mean the end of disputes between people. Always be a need for negotiators in society. That right, Angel? That's unfortunate. Be free to go. You're out of a job. Well, Harry and Lauren both have a relationship by the end of Turn A. I don't remember if any of the other sub-characters do. Never once said you were free to go, R. Dorothy Wainwright. To leave my employ. Wait for the dimensional repair. I'll consider it. Tomorrow, eh? You believe that's gonna come, right? Suppose everyone here will just go on with their lives, regardless of what world we get. That to happen. We can't let it go down the drain today. Gain. You need to say anything, Gainer. Now, how about we embark on an exodus towards the new world? Right. Our world will change tonight. How much? Still, on our part. Oh bollocks. This dialogue's wonky due to not... Oh, damn. Shit balls. I've not got this exact dialogue sequence here. Okay, hang on. People now know the sadness and pointlessness of war, so I think they'll just want peace. Forming the dimensional repair doesn't mean that a peaceful world will simply materialize, though. Really? Truth. Repair is us simply fixing the collapsing dimensional walls. Currently, the wishes of all the humans will decide what changes in the mosaic of this world. That does not give them the power to actually determine how that new society will be like. So, war could break out again even if we manage to stabilize the world? If that happens, keep on fighting until we end war for good. That's your decision? Yeah, whatever changes, I've made up my mind on that point. Suitably Shin-esque answer. Feel the same way, Shin. Actually, I think everyone in Zuth does too. Couldn't stand this chaotic world at first. I'm glad it allowed me to meet you and everyone else in Zuth. Break the world drove countless people apart, but at the same time, brought countless people together. At least that path's worth something. Our duty to live our lives in this world as best we can, regardless of what we find therein. I'll fight as well and find a new purpose for my life. Shin's a different guy now, huh? Not just him. That applies to Toga, Edgy, everyone in Zuth, really. True. All grown throughout our battles. Well, in your case, that change would be a bit more radical. It's thanks to all of you that I could change for the better. And that I could ever even meet my father. Still, even after all that, I haven't found Ayaka yet. So our battle's over. I'll help you look for her. Are the Grand Knights going to be broken up when we've gone back to peace or something? I'll be taking some time off, at least until a new enemy shows up. That day never comes. That'd be fine, as it'd mean peace is enduring. Right, Toga. And, Lily, I'd like to apologize for what I did back then. Don't worry about it. I know that you were trying to help me. Show me that I was part of the team. A part of a team who cared. Lily, a long time ago I promised Sandman that I'd become stronger to protect Earth. That I'd be a fang that bit for the fangless. Eiji, along with everyone, helped me remember that promise. So I will keep Earth safe. Earth. Beautiful world. I now understand why my father chose it. Lily's happy. Bruno? She now has the same outlook as Toga. Something I never managed. Hey, cheer up. We're right before the big battle, so need your usual smile. I know. Our foe will be Adele Banal, the tyrant who'd keep the minds of all humans under an iron grip. As a soldier, my duty to strike down any who try to rob this world of its freedom. Easy, Commander. Remember that we're not soldiers anymore. Suppose so. Now members of Earthkits. Come to Saint Germain Castle once this is all over. Well, at least we don't have to worry about being out of a job. What'll everyone else in Sooth do? Let's go back to our normal lives, I think. Ah, crap. That means we gotta go back to Diva for more of Fudo's trainings? What? All angels are gone now. Warrior may rest. That does not mean an end to his struggles. Indeed, it is during the times of peace that we must polish our skills and aim for greater heights. We must seek constant improvement for when a new threat rears its ugly head. Well, you can count me out. As soon as things are done, I'm leaving this mess in a hurry. Wow, I have to dump that bucket of water over everyone's excitement. Everyone's? I think Cirrus is the only one excited for that. Oh, quit your belly aching. I've had it up to here with Graps' training. Throwing the towel just after that? What a letdown, Apollo. The way I see it, your combination technique still has plenty of room for improvement. Still haven't seen how the world looks when you're combining in 0.1 seconds. That sounds interesting, and I swear that someday I'll master the art of your combination, Gamer Team. I'll do that by yourself, Cirrus. Then, you lend me your strength, Reiko? Of course. Never leave you again. Oh? Why aren't you getting angry like usual, Sylvia? Well, my brother has his own life to live. Besides, we're connected by something far deeper than our blood. Ain't you all grown up now? Well, I am the heiress of both the Cillian and Apollonius blood. Blah. Bloody Aquarion names. I can't let my brother, Breaker, or the Ghetto team leave me in the dust. We'll have to train our own combination, Apollo. What? You want to drag me into this? We're close to the final battle. Elements aren't nervous at all. Chalk that up to Fudo's training, I think. Speaking of which, where is the guy? He had some urgent business to take care of, so he returned to Diva. As it is for a demon to use the expression. Comes and goes like a bat out of hell. What about you, Tekoki? You do once this is over. The world is still chock full of things that I should learn. I believe I'll go where the wind takes me, taking the time to mourn the death of my fellow demons. See. Bothered by something real. Hayato and Benkei are pretending that they didn't notice. Figured I'd ask. You can all see that there's something on your mind. These last few days, I've been sensing someone that's me, but at the same time, not me. What's that supposed to mean? There's only one of me here, but I think different world, different universe, another version of me. Oh boy. Oh boy! Ryoma Nagara from Parallel Universe, eh? Been sensing his very existence, drawing closer and closer. I think you're imagining things. Two parallel versions of the same person can't exist in the same world. The theory is that if such contact were happen, two beings would either fuse together or annihilate each other's existence. Yeah, it's hinting at the chin getter stuff. That's that, Ryo. You're gonna tire yourself right before the final battle if you keep worrying like that. You're right. Focus at the job at hand. Have to focus on the job at hand. Counting on you, leader. It's your job to keep this ship afloat. Still, that other Ryoma ever shows up, I understand, right, Kay? Right, Kay? Yeah. That's a lot more than yeah, but all I've got is yeah. As youth members As youth members may all be singularities, but the two of us were also there when the space-time oscillation bomb triggered the breaking. In a sense, there's something like double singularities. Youth, Psychoframe, gather the trap-born thoughts of the people all over the world. Our job to pass that along to the Great Singularity, right? Not that I discourage that, Sion, as Zed is a great game. But this has been the most it's linked back in, or not back, but linked into the later games, has been this particular chapter, which obviously makes sense. It's the final, so of course this is where you start setting up the sequel stuff. But like as I said, Zed is really good. It is absolutely either worth playing through yourself, or if you have the time watching all the VODs, it is certainly a big watch. Don't know what could happen if either of us gets taken out in battle. Keep that in mind. Don't you worry, Master Olson. I'll keep Master K safe. Ever so reliable, eh, Mome? Still, you don't need to worry. We've all got our friends helping out. Especially me, right, Kay? It should just be... Okay, well, that links back to the most recent video on the channel. But that gets the idea. But Sion's already subbed on the YouTube end. I think actually that video that got linked there, Sion commented on. Where were we? Well, to save that line for after you've taken part in battles. Can't, Master K. If either Captain or I squandered our energy, it'd be the end for us. Right. We are Mu robots, and it's impossible to replenish our energy supplies with the Mu Nation gone. Alright. Just have to be extra careful so as not to cause any trouble for you two. Your best, Master K. Cheering for you from the Glomar. Well then, I want to ask that you keep an eye more on Mimsy than on me. Huh? Mimsy? Hasn't been feeling so good recently. I want to make sure she doesn't push herself too hard. Counting on you, Morby. Anything you say, Master K. It's me. Speaking of Mimsy, I've been waiting there to speak with you for a minute now. Ah. Hey, Mimsy, how are you feeling? Fine. Staying in bed with the final battle at our doorstep. So I have to do my part to honor Slay's memory. Alright, I get it. Take it easy there, over there. Take it easy there, okay? Hey, K. Ah, you having lunch over here? The captains are looking for you two. Eh? That outfit. When did this transformation happen? Tina. As I said, Shire and the others are calling for you now. Calling for you now, if you'll excuse me. I think those clothes are her way of saying that she's left the Chiron army. Same as you, Olsen. Now the two of you are officially done being superior officer and subordinate. Can't keep leaving her hanging. Don't tell me you haven't noticed how she feels. This is awkward. This is... Oh, this is a really interesting dynamic. Because, keep in mind, Kay and Olsen are best friends from before the Dimension Warp. But due to the time shenanigans of the Dimension Warp, Olsen spent years working with Athena, sort of as she grew up and became a soldier. But Athena is Kay's daughter, but they're the same age due to the, like, Dimension Warp shit. So this is effectively Kay telling his best friend that it's okay for him to date his daughter. I have a job to do right now. Come on, Kay. There are lots of preparations to be made. Right. This talk isn't over, though. Hey. Oh. What are you going to say just now, Mimsy? Ah. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you after the battle. Roger that, ma'am. Guess now we will have to come back in one piece. See you later. Hey. You alright with not telling him? He can't have superfluous things on his mind right now. This isn't superfluous. It's as important to you two as the entire world. It's fine, though. I know he'll be coming back. Imsy. Promise me you'll come home, Kay. I'll tell you everything then. I need to watch more of August. The problem is it's slow. And, like, not in a good way. Like, I enjoy slow series. My all-time favorite anime is probably Dot Hack Sign, which is, like, one of the slowest as far as slow series goes. It is sitting around talking the series, and I absolutely love it. But after like the first sort of 5 or 6 episodes, August sort of just starts fiddling around, not doing much. Zed sort of does a better job of telling its story because it cuts all the filler. It's not literally filler, but it's pretty fillery. Almost time. Wanna go grab something to eat, Kira? Okay. Wrong? Something bothering you? Oh, no problem. All I have to do is get ready to fight. Still, sorry for dragging you along with me, Arthur. Okay? I know there are a lot of old friends of yours since youth. Spending time with them right now, no? Mumbling about Kira. Sure, they are my friends, but so are you. Here because I wanted to talk to you. That's it. But... Ah, here you are, Kira. Chin. Everyone. Been looking for you two. Athra, you're on Team C. Kira, you got Team D. Are those launch formations? What? No, those are your soccer teams. Soccer? But you gotta get something to eat first. Come with us, you two. Alfe's mother and grandmother made some really tasty rice balls. But... take as many as you'd like. There's tons of them. Of course, if you don't hurry, Boss and Fat Man are gonna eat them all. Get going, then. Left halfway through eating, you know? Did that to come looking for us? We have once had our issues with everything that's happened before. Now we're all fighting for the same thing, are we not? Yes. We're all angry back then, and things got really complicated. Same thing applies to all people as youth. Misunderstanding that led us to fighting our friends. Now everyone's come together for one single objective. So enough of your grumbling. Go eat and then fix them dimensions quick-like. On that subject, let's say you to getting a Kira combo going. Just been waiting for a chance to crack that joke, haven't you? Yes, this is the last time any of the Toei Zingers are used in an SRW game, excluding mobile games. So your Mazinger, Great Mazinger, and Grendizer. This is their last appearance at present. Oh! If you count Infinity, which... technically, the Majinga Z in Infinity is the OG Majinga Z, but it's not Toei Zinger as such. Let's go. Kira, Asura. Right. Thank you. Shin, all of you. By the way, any of you see Rand? No. Looks like he's on the Archangel. Alright. Unleon's all set up and ready to go. Do you want to be in here? Everyone's outside playing. Hey, I'm a repairman, ain't I? Soccer ain't my thing. What you mean to say is that you got a red card 10 minutes into your first match. Ah, ever the crud. Easy, miss. For the good of our relationship, I think you ought to stop right there. Of course, I don't want to start any pointless conflicts either. As a note, none of this means we trust you, alright? Fine by me. I understand my current predicament. I've got no intention of trying to be buddies with you. I haven't even told you all that I know, to be honest. I'm well aware that the only reason why I, a Chimera, am still alive, because I was there when the space-time oscillation bomb went off, is I'm also a singularity. Don't be like that, miss. It's about an even split for all the good and bad we've given each other, so let's take it easy. Huh? You actually gonna give this woman comrade treatment, darling? Comrade, huh? Don't know about the others, but just looking at your face right now tells me all I need to know. Give me the job of sorting things out if you turned against us, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm gonna make up for what you've done. You're gonna have to live through this. Hey, Starman. Yeah, that was right at the start of the stream. Alright, the heat. Yeah, so I might as well do as you say. Time has come for the two of us to lay everything on the line. Both our sakes. Okay with you, little girl? Leave this discussion for tomorrow. So, believe there'll actually be a tomorrow? Of course. Vita Service's motto is reliable service with a smile. We and Youth will fix the entire world. And it's tomorrow. But good. She said. I reckon the first match will be over by now, so let's go back out there. Running a bit late. The match ended a long time ago and everyone's having lunch. Really? I'll go to Big Showdown on an empty stomach. Don't overeat. Another match scheduled for the afternoon, you hear? Okay, boss. No stomach aches to stop me from helping with the dimensional repair. Don't worry. Oh, that was the intro. Final scenario? My future, your future. Yeah, that was the intro. That was an hour and a half. I was gonna say it's an hour and a half of pure dialogue, but we're not even done with the dialogue, so don't you worry about that yet. But it's not really an hour and a half because of all the talking and stuff. There is still a lot of dialogue to come. I might actually take a very short break here to grab myself a drink, just because there's a lot more reading to do, and need to drink for the sake of my throat. Normally I would not take a break this early on, but normally we wouldn't have to do multiple hours of dialogue on top of each other. Sorry. Yeah, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Right. 20 deploys. Okay. Oh, that's actually cool. We're now on the, Come on. Very nice. We're now on the opposite end. We're defending. Hey, you listening? What? Yeah. So I was saying. Content in music and movies, or rather, memories we associate with the moment we saw or heard them. A lot of times, these things invoke memories of the relationships we had with others at the time we saw or heard them, right? What? What are you talking about? Shush, I'm getting to the point. Either way, it said that memories don't exist in a vacuum. They are a product of the environment that surrounds them. Know whose words these are? Aishidan's? Mine. Really? All youth units and ships are in position. Yet the Agama and remaining ships are preparing to break through the atmosphere. All units. 3 hours away from 2300. Whereupon we'll make contact with the Great Singularity. For 3 hours. Too long before we decide the fate of the world. Likely Adele Banar will come here in person in an attempt to stop us. What that means, people, make her pay for all the things she did to us. Really alright for you to talk like this? Like this is a personal vendetta? Hey, see a problem? They were doing this for the world and for its people. First and foremost, this battle's for our own sake. But that's... Gotta be honest here, Shin. I want to do something for the sake of the world, but from a different point of view, easily come across as being self-serving. In that sense, there aren't really any differences between the champions of justice and the big bads. Understand, Shin? Yeah. Fight in the name of what we want, and what we want is peace and freedom. We're all citizens of this world, and such, now we will simply try to make our wish a reality. Ain't this exciting? Big-ass brawl with the future's the prize. Yet, you're surprisingly relaxed. I always fight for real, so this one's just more usual for me. That's right. Figured you'd understand. Right back at you. Since you're that relaxed, could you please keep it down for those of us who aren't? Hey, getting all fired up. It's great, but I ain't about to burn myself out with this. Huh? What it's getting at is this isn't the be-all, end-all final battle. Life itself is a battle, and it continues until the day your life runs out. Of course, here would make today that day, so... Shut up! You're gonna jinx us! This will be some eye-popping action. I wonder who'll end up on top. His youth or Lady Adele? Eesh. Never tell what's going through that guy's head. Regardless, his assistance was invaluable in revealing the truth to society. Now, people across the world are watching our broadcast and turning their thoughts towards the future. A matter of time before Adele attacks in a bid to stop that. Chris has helped us in his own way. It's our turn to get to work. Look, guys. You're our trump card, Renton, so sit tight over there. Just to keep the station safe until it's time. 3 hours to go, Renton. Go after Eureka. Bring the wishes of everyone out there. Right. Yeah, Suparobo, how you going? Welcome to the grand finale. signal on radar. The enemy's coming. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Final showdown is starting. Sound the gong. Getting far too into this, Gramps. End up giving you a stroke. Oh boy. Finally here, Chimera. That's the Lemures. Chimera's secret weapon, and by Adele herself. I think she'd actually come here to deal with us herself. Your name is Adele Banal, sovereign of the New World, and your surrender. All ever giving you permission to undertake such activities, or to attempt the dimensional repair. Lay down your weapons immediately. Pledge your obedience to me. What's up with that high and mighty speech? You can just crown yourself leader of the whole world? We ain't taking it. I'm no leader, and the righteous sovereign of this world who will grant it law and order. Useless to resist. The station is already surrounded by the Federal Army. That smile. What? You're gonna fall for her tricks after everything that's happened? Tricks? Yeah, tricks. You use the UN to twist the truth in whatever way suited you. Can't possibly claim ignorance at this point. No, quite mistaken if you think the information I gave you and the population were lies. Truth is what I decide. As long as it has my validation, that information is the absolute truth for this world. What? You get to say white is black, red is blue, and we gotta take it? Listening to this crap is pissing me off. Once did I expect you to be such a fiend. Put on a pretty face, and when people ain't looking, go to mess with everyone in the world, eh? That's some slimy tricks, alright. In answers, youth. Swear your fealty to me, the sovereign of this world. Become my guardians of law and order. So, we gotta join you and just let Eureka become the command cluster? Is that it? Correct. Corallian's awakening would be nothing short of a calamity. Your surrender. Human Corallian would lose her only support, eventually exhaust herself, unleashing the self-destruct program. Even listening to what Quattro said? Just going to ignore the countless people living inside this scub? I am the sovereign of this world. Matters pertaining to another one are not of my concern. And though the execution of our dimensional repair will be based on the combined will of humanity, I still refuse to accept it. Regardless of whether you've the support of the billions of ignorant plebeians, it matters not. This world and all who live it exist solely to be ruled by me. How conceited can one person get? And let me ask you something, Adele Banal. How do you intend to govern this world once the Corallians are gone and stability is returned? I'll bring peace and tranquility to this world via law and order. And if we overcome the danger of the dimensional collapse, this world still bears deep scars from the war. How will you heal those and bring peace? All will be resolved with law and order. Forgive us, but we'd like you to tell us your actual plan. Suppress those who oppose you by force in the name of your highfalutin rhetoric? Breaking out their big words there. All will be resolved with law and order. What? I'm sovereign of the world. She hasn't the slightest idea of what she'll do down the road. Broad's just some power-hungry dictator. Flash that pretty smile all you want. That won't fly with us anymore. Is that, General? Those reasons and more, you ought to just take a hike. Silence, you imbeciles! The blazes do you think you're talking to? I'm Adel Banal, the sovereign of this world, while you're nothing but ignorant worms. You've no right to talk back to me. The hell? Changed completely. Or rather, is that how she really is? Bingo. Got it, baby. Here. Sided with them? I love you. Please punish this worthless fool, Lady Adele. My expectations went awry? A lie? No. I die! Professor! She killed her own man, just like that. Traitor or no, to do that without any hesitation whatsoever goes too far. Plenty of people who can replace the likes of him. Same goes for you. What? The only reason you survived to this day is because I allowed you to. I expected you to remove the nuances? I expected you to remove the nuisances that were Sirocco, Durandal, and the aliens. You did exactly that. Of the VTX trilogy, the only one that got fully finished was X. I sort of ran out of steam on V and T. Not that they're bad games, but the lower difficulty of those games is a bit of a... I find it harder to remain invested and focused. Also, those were done during regular stream times, not Suparobo Sunday streams. So they sort of got bounced by other things on the regular stream slot. We may readdress them during Suparobo Sunday at a later point down the line. But that's a long way off. We've got a lot of other things that I want to get to first. That's why you never took direct action against our group, even after declaring yourselves to be against us. No further use for you. I can easily find new pawns. Forgotten your place, and any who not bow to me are nothing more than a blemish upon the world. Crime of treason, I sentence you all to death. Earth's so-called goddess. Just some mental bit. No more room for dialogue with her. She stripped this world of freedom and truth. Furthermore, she outright refuses to accept our continuous existence. All units, fire away. Strike Adel Banal down and return the truth to this world for once and for all. End this conflict with our very own hands before setting out to perform the dimensional repair. Think you stand a chance against me, Adel Banal? First, I'll stop the UN and bury the lot of you. Then the unwashed masses will once again be under my sway. We will not see the world in the hands of such a self-absorbed person. Elle's moving to destroy the UN station. Oh no, she's not. Still using that thing to show everyone what's what. Determined Lemure's target area. All units, stop the Lemures at all costs. If it crosses into that area, the entire building will be done for. Don't worry. Kick her ass way before she gets there. For the sake of peace and freedom in this world. And in the name of the one and only truth. I want to muck up our repair of this world, ready to take you on. It's not how many gnats and ants gather in a swarm. Still nothing before the might of the Lemures. Kneel and pay tribute to me with your lives. I'm Adel Banal, the sovereign of the new world. Note the no SR point. This is the final map. All we've got to worry about is the main objective. Ooh. Alright, just catching my breath. Things are about to get spicy. All we really have to do is the core concern. Stop that from reaching the target area. But we have all this other business going on. Now, hang on. I moved a certain unit, didn't I? Where did I put it? Oh, boy. I think it was with a big O? Yes, good. Remember to cast Confuse. The final battle begins. 2 hours into the stream. I told you this would be a long one. Sorry if I go a little bit quiet for a few minutes. Just been reading for 2 hours straight. Enjoy the combat animations. Why do you have give self 30 will? That is... And give self 10 will. Your spirit spread is very strange, sir.
らは隊長の命令に従うだけだ。
ここは僕に任せてもらおう。大胆ストラバ波が大きくても大胆は意外に身軽なのだ。
I'm not even sure with like what I bother with of the trash packs, because like the XP and money doesn't matter at this point. Just need to win.
よろしい。しっかり捕まっていたまえ。
わかったわ、ロジャー。
モビーディックアンカー、射出。
And I do not do any of these characters justice with my readings.
シア、行くよ。
分かったわ、レイナ。パーティーなら絶対大丈夫だ。
遠慮なくやらせてもらう。かわせるはずなんだ。
This better be a moon map. If we get denied the moon on the final map, I will be very sad.
WX のパワーをなめんじゃねえぞ。
Yeah, okay, good. It is a moon map. SOW is great like that, Sion. Like, I know some people sort of get put off from playing the games because, like, oh my god, I don't know, all the series involved, but you really don't need to. Like, just go in and, like, if you find mechs you like, characters you enjoy, music you enjoy, then check out that series.
あなたの相手は私が務めます。
草原でぶった切ってやれ。了解だ、キラケン。行くぜ。無双剣を受けてみろ。
That's half the fun of, like, the mainline SOWs to me, is finding new things to enjoy.
各機は所定の位置へ一斉攻撃を。準備は整っている。
悪くない策だ。乗らせてもらう。
Surprisingly bad hit chance from Kappe there.
あんたの相手は
こいつは
私がやってやるよ。
I mean, for just like a direct example, I watched Gravion because of Zed. And that's like just recently. I only finished watching Gravion earlier this week. Not that I can recommend Gravion very highly, to be honest. There's a specific audience that will get a kick out of it, but it has its problems. Yes, the SRW game. The SRW games are great like that. Get a great game, and potentially a whole bunch of new mecha series to enjoy as well. So, Gravion I would recommend to anyone who is interested in Obari's works specifically, because it is very, very Obari. It's not very heavy on story or character development, and it has some pretty bad budgetary issues in a few episodes. Yeah, it's... yeah. I don't regret watching it, and I'm looking forward to watching the sequel. But it is, yeah, not without issues. The budgetary issues being quite a big sticking point for me. That's not usually the sort of thing that bothers me so much, but it is really, really noticeable in places. King Gaino's pretty great. I mean, if you're looking for recommendations, Suparobo, I just list off everything, but, as I said, SOW is great for just finding, like, oh, I like the look of this mech, I like the, you know, I like these characters, or I like this music. Like, yeah, I'll check out the series. I can't say Zed got me to, like, specifically Zed got me to check out a lot, because a lot of what's in Zed I'd already seen. Like, Zabongle's great. King Gaino's great. Turn A's great. Gundam X is great. The King Gainer I watched on my own speed. I didn't even bump into that because of SRW. Obviously the Gundams as well. I watched on my own. Zabongle I ended up checking out because of Alpha Gaiden. That's not... is it? Damn, she's not bad. I know that feel very much, Cerebro. I'm forever behind. I mean, it took me over a month to watch Gravion, and that's a 12-episode series. I tried watching Aquarion. I got like 2 or 3 episodes in. It wasn't doing it for me. Want to give it another spin, but I tried watching August as well, which I did actually enjoy early on, and then it sort of fell off. Ooh, Rand is definitely up there, but I don't know if I could pick an actual, like, single favorite originals unit. There's so many good ones. If you're gonna, like, jump into the Brave series, and, I mean, I suppose you seem to know what you're looking for there, but I would suggest Galgaigar as, like, the Braves series to check out.
私だってザフトレッドなんだから。
そんなところにいたって。
Did you really? God damn it.
Destiny についてこられるものか。
I definitely tend towards the supers myself. Like, if I was trying to think of specific favorites from amongst the OG's mechs, I definitely tend towards the supers unit. The Grungus line definitely being my go-to. Fair enough. I can absolutely respect that. I will pretty much always advocate for production order over just about anything. But dang it, why is it AG speed?
Agane no Ken, 受けてもらう。
Raw is indeed pretty cool. Gotta agree with you there. Bullets VA as in Tomokazu Sekiro. There's a lot of, like, big name voice actors across the OG's characters. Oh, Bullet was, I think, one of Tsukito's earliest roles. Because he became quite big after that, didn't he? I don't know. Tomokazu Tsukito's pretty big. Excuse me. Yeah. I was actually expecting news in December, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Like, this year being the way it is, a lack of information is not surprising. Hopefully there's something. Well, very likely it'll be another OG's games at this point. Would be my guess. Or maybe it's just taking a while. It's a series 30th birthday next year. Might be they're holding on till August, I think, was when SLW 1 first came out. Actually, I suppose what I'd do if I was them is I'd release whatever they're working on the 30th anniversary. You'd probably want, like, trailers and the such up
この調
before
子で頼
then.
むぜ。ああ、任せてくれ。好きでやってるわけじゃないんだけど面倒だ。一気に決めさせてもらう。全開バリバリの大放出だ。これで最後だ。一応プロなんでね。
Yeah, whether they're intentionally playing out time for the like to run up to the 30th, or it's just a case of 2020 was a wipe year for a lot of people. That might be the case. This is a cool mix of the, like, default theme. I would be very surprised if it's not an OG's game as the next game. I would advise against using at least Cross Omega's cast list as any kind of indicator. DD maybe, but Cross Omega, yeah, don't go, oh look, Cross Omega had Mechagodzilla and Sakura Tyson and whatever else nonsense. Don't take that as an indicator of things they may pull out. Ow. This is with Confused Cast. God damn, son. It's, oh my god. If we start taking losses this early, I'm actually gonna have to do rerolls. I'm gonna have to go back to the old OG's strategy of spamming focus just for defensive purposes. Now, it's possible, but highly unlikely, that because of the 30th, they do like a double feature and drop an OG's game as well as a mainline. I wouldn't expect that, but it's possible. Yeah, this is painful. These guys are accurate as fuck. Nope. Pepperoni's Gravion. Like I said, I'm not taking losses this early into the final scenario. Holland apparently learned how to press his double image button. He hits surprisingly hard. There's, yeah, not much SP regen. We have a bit of SP regen thanks to a couple of accessories and a couple of characters that come with it natively, but like, there's no SP regen otherwise in this game. I'll just sit there spamming focus. Survivability. 29% chance to not die. Don't die. Oh, sorry. 29% chance to die. Yeah. 71% chance to not die. Is he countering with... Okay. I thought he was countering with the final special, which would be a bit much. The worry is when the mad bitch breaks out her map attacks. %, chance still, really? That's ridiculously good odds considering what you're shooting. Hey, kid. This is the last mission. Ah. L? Hang on. My dialogue's out of sync, I think. Asakim? Yeah, alright. Asakim is coming. Asakim! In a long time, Xene. It's the choice you made, Repair space-time as a singularity, and thus have your revenge on what distorted your fate? That person has also allowed me to do so. It's good. You're free to do as you please. Hell are you here for? Can you help Adele? I don't think the mighty sovereign of the New World requires something like that. Correct, Asaki. Assistance isn't needed anymore. Still, you did serve me well. Don't get in my way. I'll allow you to do as you please. Have my gratitude. Well, ain't we humble today? Del Banal's given us her consent to the heat. Mel, participation in the Holy War begins now. Jeez, that guy doesn't know when to take a hint. All this going on, he's still going after them? Youth. You refuse to accept my actions. You take up arms and challenge me with your might. Naturally. Collaborator of Chimera, you've long since lost the right to parley with us. Shenanigans put us all through hell and then some. You better be ready to pay the piper. Have it, Asakin. Final Brawl's gonna be a team match. Get no complaints from me, as I get to face you. Still, before we begin, allow me to extend my gratitude. That drink, don't worry about it. I owed you at least that much. No. What you said before. Words touched me deeply. Really? As you mentioned, I had been acting like a coward. Help me remember that. Though my very existence is cursed, my heart can still be free. Body swells with pain each time you channel the origin lore, and yet your soul remains steadfast. You truly are worthy of being the scarred lion's bearer. Sorry, Asakim. I'm borrowing the Gunleon from my boss. Compared to him, still ain't nothing more than a little chick that's just got his feathers. Chicks have feathers since day one. This really isn't the time. Anyway, today is the Crusher's last day in business. Starting tomorrow, I'm back as just another repairman. Add that to the pile of reasons why I gotta climb over this mountain today. You ain't stopping me, Asakin. Afraid I will. Be obliterated, and I'll claim one of the keys that'll grant me my true freedom. Stuff your keys and your taiji. Wanna wrestle? I'm game, Asakim. Go, darling. The Gunleon and I are with you. Do this, Mel. One final showdown to warm us up before our biggest job ever. Where did he port in? All the way over there. Oh, poop. Because we're gonna get rammed over to fight him. As for Asakim being a Dark Masaki, that's like a fan theory that I don't think's ever been properly corroborated. There are a lot of indicators to support the theory, that's for sure. We have as much time as we want. It's just a matter of how much of her bullshit do we want to take on our face. She's just gonna be sitting there casting map attacks at us, which will fuck us up.
朝キム・ドーウィン、てめえも運命から逃げるんじゃねえ。デビルフィッシュの名はだけじゃねえんだよ。一気でも多く仕留める。それなりの力はあるよ。
Damn, nice hit.
君が何者であろうと構わない。行け、黒き極長よ。削り裂くその命を。そんなダセえ攻撃に当たる俺じゃねえんだよ。
Probably want to pick off as many of these birds on the way through as possible as well, since they hurt a surprising amount. Yeah. Huh. Batman has Dawn. That's handy. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of Daunt to go around. Yeah, those map attacks are a big concern. They will do all kinds of nasty yuck to us. Now, I'm gonna assume she's got Will Up on her. Yeah, she has Will Up, I guess. Assuming she's gonna have HP regen large. Yeah. No point in hitting her until we're ready to kill her in one turn.
我が牙は人々を守るための力だ。まとめて相手をする。クラプトンアーク。
I didn't expect to get spooked by the birds so much. They are surprisingly strong. That's mildly unnecessary. Now, with us getting rapidly juiced, she is also getting rapidly juiced. Oh my, I did not expect that to hit. We may need to box her in, which could be very dangerous due to those map attacks. Just because we need time for Rand to get down to Asakim.
運命を切り開く。そのためにはターゲットロック、行くぞ。そこまだだ。逃がすか。これでとどめだ。
Alright. How much is this gonna hurt? The other worry here is also how many units she suicides into me, whether that'll push her over the will requirements. If we get lucky, she might just get baited into using her regular attack instead of the big map monstrosity. Probably killed too much. Just... Oy.
解き放ってあげよう。この異常な世界。ラスターエッジ。バッチリ決めるぜ。アサキム・ドーウィン、てめえも運命から逃げるんじゃねえ。まるでそよ風のようだ。
Shit. This might be all over. Okay, if all the dodgy lads dodge, and all the big tanky lads just take it on the chin, then we're pretty okay, actually. Because, like, the big lads are big. They can shrug off a few thousand damage. What? What's wrong, Mimsy? Are you not feeling well? Alright, Shire. Just focus on the battle. absurd. I'm taking you back to the station. Chaya, wait. There are enemies incoming. What? Chiron? Filthy singularities, I won't let you have your way. And then Henry. Still holding onto that grudge. Today's the day I crush you all, starting with your precious home. Evasive maneuvers, hurry. Ah, they're too fast. Fine. Direct hit on the energy bypass. Ship's sinking. Oh, the Glomar's going down? Won't, because I'll destroy it before it even touches the ground. Die! Stop! If you've got a beef with me, then come fight like a man. Oh, I will. But first I'll take away all you hold dear. Only then will Captain Robert be avenged. Imsy, everyone! Someone atop the Glomar. It's... Relax, Kay. I'll handle this one. Captain? A moon robot? A junk like you possibly do. A punk. Hardly worthy of being my final opponent, but I've little choice. Wait! Captain! Stop! Stay strong, my friends. What? He overloaded his energy? Captain! Sacrificed himself to defend the Glomar. Captain, you're a real man. Glomar's still sinking. Don't worry. Ome? Ome, you're... Protect the Glomar and Mimsy. Go and defeat your enemies, Master K. Alright, Mome. I trust you. Fools! You still fail to grasp the pointlessness of what you're doing. What? Trying to paint yourselves as representing society. Reality is far different. There are plenty of people who hate you. It's like that Chiron soldier. It's just because the guy was a selfish jerk. Exactly. It's how humans are. The true face of this entire world. So, I'll take its reins and bring order to the ignorant masses. Reason to deprive all humans of their freedom. Freedom's no more than a curse to them. Give it to the populace and they'll squander it. I need only crush you and they'll once again be under my control. Give them their bread and circus and they'll be happy. All those who bear their fangs at me will disappear from my world. I've had enough of your ranting. Black Nirvash. Come to support you, Youth. Lieutenant Dominic. How did you get here? In the surrounding area under the control of the Federation Army? Not every Federation soldier's on board with this woman's plans. Many of them remember what being a soldier's about and refuse to obey bad orders. Half the army has already defected from Adele's command. They and volunteers from all over the world are holding the surrounding troops at bay. Jirams, Imans, Zaft, and Axis troops are all providing support. Lance are helping too? Ed Takara's leading them. Good job. David Wayne of the Blue Fixer. Leave the nearby enemies to us. David, you've also come. Of course, I couldn't stay out of battle for our future. Got more units incoming. These are KLFs. It's... Spearheads. That's Charles and Ray. Folks who helped Brenton back then. But we thought they were killed. They're professionals, remember? Take pride in being hardy. You ain't here to settle accounts with me, right? Relax, guy. Not stupid enough to try a stunt like that with all this going on. Gonna help us then? Working for someone, Mr. Merc? Ah, self-employed on this one. Couldn't just sit at home watching the UN while our darling kids out there working so hard, could we? Ray. Still haven't forgiven Eureka. If Renton is trying to help her, then I want to lend him a hand. Thanks, you two. That's a secret we unlocked half a game ago, was to get them to appear on this final map. There were specific conditions we met, as I said, literally about half the game ago, that make them appear here. That's not automatic, you actually have to unlock that. It's gold. Ladies, make sure you also take plenty of shots of the nearby battles. Roger, leave it to us. So many different forces gathering to lend us their assistance. Quite the spectacle. Must make sure these images reach all corners of the world. That Kape? All these people saw you guys, saw what you guys are fighting for. See that, man? Damn, this is awesome. You vermin dare rise against me? Oh, get off your high horse and shut up. I don't care one bit for the lives of others. Not gonna let someone like you hurt Eureka. Wow, that girl, an enemy, is helping us out too? Had our problems with her before. Sure is a sight for sore eyes now. Eureka saved me, so it's my turn to help her back. Let go. Know your place, brat. Damn! This voice line. That voice. Asuha, you're here too? Naturally, Gabe. Friend and the world itself are facing death. Above all, I set out to battle in the name of my sister Karen's child. Same one-track mind, now with an added uncle flavor to it. Forcing us to come along. Hey, it's a Siberian gremlin and eye patch guy. Not bad at all, you two. Expect you to make it all the way here. The nearby mooks to us, Asuhan. You're like going a bit crazy too. I'll give you your money's worth. No way. Ola and Greta are helping us? They're under my employ. I wanted to bring any extra firepower I could. Sure. Take any help we can get right now. Hear me, youth. For the sake of this world, our strength is yours. Wow. A change from the guy who once wanted to help the Overdevil freeze everything. Still, freedom also means you can change. Everyone's living freely. Fighting with all they have to keep doing so. Even if, at times, they make the wrong decisions and found themselves at odds with others. It's all part of the world we live in. No one can change that. See that, General? This world ain't made of ignorant masses like you said. You dare! Renton, where are you off to? Wait, are you going after Eureka? So I figured I'd need to go the extra mile. Still too soon. We're only going after the Lemures is taken care of. Don't you understand what you have to do? Go out and get shot down. It's all over. I won't be. Not when even Charles and Ray are out there helping me. Most of all, I won't be shot down because Eureka's waiting for me. Renton. Hang in there, Maurice. You're the big brother, so take care of Mater and Link. Be rooting for you, Renton. Please, save our mama. Only you can help her, Papa. Right. Going, Tallow. Grown into a fine man. No punishment too great for your crimes. Actually, I believe I'll take away your hope before everything else. Send into space and inflict so much damage onto that brat that she'll turn into the command cluster. Crazier than advertised if you think we're actually gonna let you do that. Nirvash, Renton's launched. The hell are you doing, Renton? What are we gonna do if you get dropped? Trying to hurt Yurika, my sister, and everyone else. Joining in on this. Renton. You mean Nirvash? We've been traveling together ever since you fell over by my place, haven't we? Met many people and said goodbye to many others. Memories all mean so much to me. Throughout that journey, Yurika was always at my side. Always been a part of this. Still, she... Nirvash, please give me some more power. I don't want it to end like this. I need Yurika at my side. That the seventh swell? It ain't. What the hell? Wow. Oh my, there it is! I didn't think it was in this game. What happened to the Nirvash? Renton? He's answered my wishes, that's what. I can feel it coming from the Nirvash. Strength. The will. Oh, nicely done, Renton. Beautiful, Renton. I'm so proud of you. Charles, Ray. Be true to myself until the end, just as you taught me to. Let's do this thing, Renton. Take that broad down and head straight for Yurika. Yeah. Or hit another worm who won't obey. These people aren't limited to those that are here. There are people who reject your rule throughout the entire world. Yes, it's human to yield under fear and anxiety, and to cling to any semblance of security. It's just as human to risk your life for what you hold dear. We're not going to be beaten by someone like you. Neither the world's future nor our freedom are yours to take. You've lost, Adele Bernal. You don't have what it takes to lead the world. It's high time you acknowledge what the people truly desire. You filth! How dare you! It's just sad. So much for Earth's goddess. Just a psycho hag. Apologies to any of your blind fans still out there. Look, Captain, we're almost at the finish line. Hear all that, Yurika? Bringing you your boyfriend over right now. Let's go, Nirvash. Hi. Voice, I didn't have to voice it. 11 out of 10. Alright, we've got friends. Weirdly, a Kawamori bomber is under our control. I honestly didn't think Sakura was in this, because it didn't, like, they hadn't broken it out. They were saving it for the final stage. Hey, Leo. Yeah, this is pretty dang awesome. Bad bitch has music priority. And counter.
体制に従わぬ愚か者どもめ、世界から消えろ。食らうがいい。すごい、俺の思った通りに動いてくれる。
Spec 3 is very
俺が
bones.
あんたの望みを叶える道具じゃない。待ってちゃダメだ。勝ち取りに行くんだ。愚かな生き物よ。お前たちでは私に勝てない。
He's also going to regen, doesn't he? Medium. That's small. Now we have Ziendo.
それじゃジエンド、ご挨拶と行きましょうか。バスクードクラッシス。
そんなもので僕は満足できない。見入られたね、僕の首脳が。邪眼の光。
お疲れ様。
Apparently, I'm heavily favoring the Eureka 7 units. This was unintentional, but it's what's happened.
Kimiはどんな道を歩んできた？今から無限獄の扉が開かれる。変身だ、シロ。さあ、垣間見るがいい。
Totally not Masaki. Don't worry about it. Not the Psy base too. Totally not.
僕の過去、僕の罪、僕の定め、そして僕の絶望。僕の希望はどこにあるんだ。どこ狙ってやがる。
No damage!
アサキム・ドーウィン、てめえも運命から逃げるんじゃねえ。デビルフィッシュの名はだけじゃねえんだよ。
破してやる。
外装を少し剥ぎ取られた。
Not trying to kill Arsakim this turn, just setting him up to die next turn by Rand.
君に僕を打ち砕くことはできない。君の顔、悲しみに彩られているようだ。白が闇。
Skip that, we've seen that one. It's quite long. I wonder what music takes priority in this case. Because this is... I assume the boss music still take... Yeah, okay, the boss music still take priority. Just because this particular attack has a special music track.
僕はあなたを許しません。月光町なんて使いたくはないけど。 怒らせるな。
どうだシロー、大したものじゃないか。 赤いと再生の蝶、目覚めるか否か。今から無限獄の扉が開かれる。変身だ、シロー。
Alright, so next turn we bully the fuck out of him with Rand. Let's fire the big business cannon. This track feels like a Oh shoot.
これがロジャーと
What's
私
the
と
composer's
陸王
name?
の力だ。
Tenpai Saito. Feels like a Tenpai Saito track. I'm pretty sure he's never done anything for SOW. Big O? Yeah, it's definitely worth watching. Her attack is so overly animated it was causing the UI to go in low resolution mode. It's a boss at the end of a JRPG. It's got to have all the faces. That's how it works. More faces, the more power. Hang on, I might do a sneaky, one of those. What was her region? Oh. That bitch has counter. TFO is a dodgy boy, don't worry about it, he'll be fine.
撃を働くとは。
いくら美人でも許せないことがあるんだよ。気を抜くなよ、こいつは手強い。お前こそ真面目にな。そのつもりだけど。頼むオルソン。おう、任せろ。ほらほら、敵はこっちだぜ。離脱するぞ。了解。
新世界の統治者にこのような狼藉を働くとは。
Again, just keep in mind with the amount of HP regen she has, most of the damage we're doing ain't gonna mean shit here.
新世界を作る。
さて、次はどうするかな。逃がしはしないぜ。打撃ってのはこうやるんだ。
Now, the fact that his self-support even procs here is something else.
その力消滅させるには惜しいかもしれん。
For self-support to proc, you have to have plus 20 skill over the target you're currently facing. She's been able to outskill some of our other pilots. No, just trying to do a lot of damage to her. The lower we can put her, the better. And finish her next turn, because we need Rand to finish Arsakim first. Oh, Didn't think that would work, but it does. Hey there, Archgeist, how's it going? And the punished Gravion is so cool.
どんな相手だって行きましょうルナ様。
グラビオン最終進化の形、この目に焼き付けたまえ。どうかエルゴフォームだ。了解。エルゴフォーム。最強ガチ
アルティメットグラビオン。
アルティメットグラビオンの全重力子エネルギーを解放せよ。
了解しました。全重力子エネルギー解放します。
行くぞランナイツの諸君。了解。操縦
どこにいるジエ説明しろ。エルゴの力も創世の力も私にひざまずけ。
Hey, Blade. We are fighting against Adil in an attempt to,
食らうがいい。
well, I suppose mostly just stop the bitch from killing Yurika. Because if she kills Yurika, then the self-destruct code goes off,
やつを
blowing up the Scub Coral. Very rare we actually get to fire this. Again, not aiming to kill her this turn. Just want to make her really weak.
俺たちを騙してきた恨み、ここで晴らしてやる。
カッペ両方使え。
了解。一撃で仕留めてやれ。エネルギー回路 MCR 回路に直結。
シンクロトロン密度 8.75
バイオリニックコンデンサーレーダー直結。
エネルギー充電開始。
That shouldn't kill her, but that's why I did the save. Yeah.
無駄なあがきもこうも繰り返されると勘に触る。ジンファミ、お前たちの居場所などないのだ。
I think she's probably got like Prevail level 9, level 8. Okay, fine. So we're gonna be mostly just bouncing off her at this point. Or Valdiosa for good luck, and then that'll probably do for my attacks on her this turn. I don't know, what do you count as obscure battleships? Like, we've got the, oh, balls, I'm blanking on the name of it. Floating Moon Palace from Turn A. That's reasonably obscure. The Iron Gear, also pretty great. Especially since it's a fortress that is... a battleship that is also a mech. Yeah, the Yamato in V was a bit ridiculous. There's overpowered, and then there's the Yamato in V. What other obscure... I suppose there's the Unbind battleship only appears in a couple of games. Like, I think it first appeared in EX. While it's not obscure, we'll never see the original Macross again. This is such a great attack. It's not going to bring her down far enough anyway, I don't think. Oh, the Macross licensing issues are a sort of combo pile of bullshit, unfortunately. got the Harmony Gold angle, but you've also got the what's it? Tatsunoko, because the license for the original Macross is held jointly between Studio New, Big West, and Tatsunoko. And Tatsunoko is the one that's responsible for continually re-upping the license agreement with Harmony Gold. Because there's, I believe, some drama between Tatsunoko and Big West Studio New. It's a mess.
In this world, it's always the happy one's turn. Circus maneuver, Zenkai! Suparobo!
Not everyone's aware of the details behind all the Macross licensing drama. It's quite the mess. I do wonder when Delta is going to show up in a main line. Maybe it hasn't though, because Delta's not all that popular? I feel like Frontier is still more popular than Delta. Yeah, well, hopefully we get something soonish about, like, the next mainline or OG's game. Yeah, I've brought my problem up with that before, Blade. The Z2 attack animations are really high quality, but go for way too long. Even the most basic of just like fire gun pod. That should not be such a long, complicated sequence. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier in the stream. I would expect there to be something on the 30th anniversary, which is mid-next year. So I would expect, like, trailers and or announcements, like, real soon, to be honest. My initial guess was that we'd get something in December, but that's highly unlikely at this point. Hey, Phil, how's it going? Yeah, the Braster is like the biggest offender as far as like overly long attack animations go. Again, not that the animations are bad. Z2's attack animations are really good. It's just that every single attack is over animated. There are points where, like, that is absolutely the thing to do. Your big finishes and everything. But, like, just your regular slap-a-dude does not need to go for 60 seconds. My guess, Sion, is that they're maybe not too proud of the quality of that. I might just want to let it disappear. Moon Dwellers is quite bad. I doubt they'd retranslate it at this point.
Kimiはどんな道を歩んできた? 君の目と心攻撃すれば良いというものではない。Space Tea! I don't know, Blade. I don't know the Sphere's plot well enough. I still wonder how that worked out, but yes, thankfully they got talented translators. BX and T are sort of steadily increasing quality-wise, sort of thing.
Though they still were working under some fairly strict circumstances from what I'm aware, like in time limit sense, they weren't really given a lot of time to polish up the quality as much as they wanted. Why there's a few wonky lines here and there. OGs. It was always the case that we'd be going into OGs next. The fan translation coming out for that the other day just makes it all the better. Finishing, obviously, finishing Z today. Really don't want to lose Holland there. Yeah, we'll be finishing Z today. And starting OGs next week with the ATX route. Didn't mean to leave the animation on. It wasn't, again, like, what, for OGs, it wasn't really, like, translation work, it's just summary stuff. Okay, so the anime adaptations are not a good retelling of the stories. And Divine Wars itself is kind of crap, just as a whole. Inspectors is great. OG Inspectors is one of my all-time favorite anime, but it is not a good representation of OG2's plot. It takes a lot of liberties. But that's fine, because we now have OGs in English. Hell fucking yes. I cannot state how glad I am about that fact. OG1, so the plan is we'll be doing OG1, both plots, and then OG2. So we'll be doing ATX, then SRX, then OG2. Don't see any reason why we should deviate from the plan, but that is the plan. There shouldn't be anything that stops that from happening. Like, even if there's an official SRW release, we'll just cover that on the regular stream time, so Suparobo Sunday will be OGs until we're done. See ya, TFO. Yeah, well, OG2 is the one that got rewritten the most in OGs. It's why OGs is the, like, canon plot. And, oh, okay, no, her regen is much smaller than I thought it was. Never mind. Yeah, so Gaiden is, I'd say, a big maybe. My guess would be like if shitballs. Bollocks. My guess would be if the game engine is mostly the same. Doing Gaiden wouldn't be too difficult. If the game engine is not so similar or has some like weird quirks, then Gaiden might be off the table. I would assume it would be very similar, if not just straight up the same game engine. But see, that's hard to say. I've not torn into them. Here we go. Victory is yours, the Heat. But get real, man. I know that ain't everything you've got. Yes, I'd rather not put a definitive end to our battle just yet. Wait, talk about selfish. I'm already used to that shtick of yours. Forth the Heat, youth. Show me how you'll defy the will of the Taichi. Till the universe reaches its end, I have all the time in the world. We shall meet again, the Heat. When we do, the life is mine. Asakim's changed. Rand's words stir something within him. Always comes and goes without warning. Maybe inwardly he's a bit bashful? Who knows? Still, looks like we're stuck with him for the long haul. Are you happy, darling? Well, I'm not unhappy. Can't quite put it into words. Me too. Did help us both before. That he did. Is hoping that next time when we meet, all I do is teach him how to handle his booze. And yes, we do indeed have the Spec 3. This is indeed the Dimension Bomb place. Damn!
なところで手を抜いたな。体勢に従わぬ愚か者ども、世界から消えろ。
Nirvash got angry. Actually, not really. Renton sort of got angry. And it responded. Renton became a man. Yes. Which the Valdios is kind of important. We've been running a lot of the Valdios plot. It's all finished now, but we pretty heavily ran the Valdios plot across this game. can't be. I refuse to accept this. I am Adele Bernard, sovereign of the new world. So ends Adele Bernard, the Black Charisma. Defeat is also the final nail in the Chimera's coffin. Like the battle in the nearby areas have come to a close. Nothing left to stop us now. Still, only the first step. Now that we've returned the truth to this world, must save the ones who've been fighting. Save the one who's been fighting by herself all this time. Right. Thanks, us all. Stick around and wait for us to come back, why don't you? Safe game. When you return, we shall celebrate the night away like in the old days. Not see Karen's child. Decided that I will share the responsibility of raising him. Alright. I don't have any right to say this, but I'm counting on you. Nice, Asa. Doing a lot better now than you were before. Same goes to you, Cynthia. Renton. Thanks a bunch, Dominic. To Charles, Ray. Gotta get going now. Hang in there, Renton. This is your battle to win now. Helped as much as we could. To go and fly by your own power. I will. Yurika, for myself, and for the entire world. All units, return to the ships. Frieden and Iron Gear crew come aboard as well. Headed for the command cluster. So lucky, Yurika. So many people risking their lives for you. Don't pout. You also have someone. Dominic. Captain. Right. An enemy. You have Dominic with me. Twice as handsome as Eureka's guy. Huh? What is it, the end? The end turned white? Oh, thank you, the end. Giving us your blessing. I'm so happy I could die right now, and I wouldn't care. Easy, an enemy. Neither we nor the world will be ending today. Well, now is root for Renton and youth's success. Godspeed. All humans is in your hands. Ome. Don't look like that, Master K. I was fulfilling my promise. Ome acted as a replacement for the Glomar's broken energy bypass. Kept the ship afloat with her own energy supply. Go and get her recharged. She's not gonna die like this. I'm a robot. Die is a strange word to you. It's not important. Hold on, we're gonna do something. Fine, Master K. I'm a Moo robot, remember? It's possible to recharge my energy. But I'm satisfied. Fulfilled my promise. Mome. So sorry, Mome. It's my fault. Don't worry, Master K. Take good care of Mimsy. It's your baby growing inside her. What? So you noticed, Mome. Medical robot. One look was all I needed. Still, I wanted to see your baby. Hang in there, Mome. Make a world where the Moon Nation is around. Prepare, and we can get your energy. Don't, Master K. Must convey all humans' wishes to the great singularity. But... way to save her. Roger. Dorothy, bring him over. Here, Captain. My apologies for making you carry me, Dorothy. Captain, you're alive. Barely. Won't be long before my own energy supply runs out. Like Mome. Do. Transfer my remaining energy to her. Despite my age, I'm still a combat robot. Reserve should be more than enough to energize a medical model. But, Captain, if we do that, you'll... Hey, won't be long before the war's over, no? Yeah. Means the purpose of a combat model like me will also come to an end. While Mome can still be helpful in caring for yours and Mimsy's child. Captain. All up to you, Mome. Never forget the pride of Mu robots. Thank you, Captain. Stand firm, Kay. Major task awaits you all. A Mu robot I may be, but I've grown to care for you in this world. Mending the future of this planet for Mimsy, all its denizens, for your soon child. Not let your request go unanswered. I'll always remember you. Have no regrets. Do it. Captain, been an honor. Honor is all mine, Kay. My best is youth. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break there to grab myself a cup of coffee because we've got, obviously, much more story about to happen. So I need a fresh drink. I will be back in a couple of minutes.